Hi everyone, welcome back to the Watermill. Today we're going to be working on prepping this area so that we can get started on the roof, and we're also going to continue with the floors and get those sorted out, because we need to use this space to put a lot of our supplies so we can pass them through, and so we don't have to haul them up the outside of the building. So my task is to remove the stones from between the rafters here so we can actually access them, and then Mark's task is to fix some more of the floor. We're getting there very slowly, but it's a lot safer now. I'm wearing this now because it's an odd day today. It's very windy and it's raining, so when I was standing over there, the damaged part of the roof was raining on me. So yeah.
And it's very, very dusty work.
Yes, I've got to have to put the thing over the top as well, because I'm being 5 foot. It's falling on my head. Whereas Mark can just sort of take it out. I've got it coming down on me.
Yeah, and we spent the week doing really heavy stuff, so I'm already out of energy.
I'm sorry, yeah.
We've moved several tons of scaffolding, removed it up, and then we've dropped one lot of scaffolding. We've set up another lot of scaffolding. Probably about 5 tons of scaffolding I've had above my head over the past few days, and then I'm already exhausted.
Moving, the rubble from the kiln and the stones from the kiln, because we realise now it's there's a stone sort of square box, but then it's got a stone wall with another stone wall inside it. Yeah,
because when they extended the kiln, I think they just extended the wall of the firebox.
Yeah. So it's really lots of stone. So we're going to be able to build. I think we can almost build a garage out of all the stone we have.
We could build Evie a giant dog mansion.
Yeah. But yeah, so there's lots of things we can use the stone for now. But yeah, so that's why our arms are kind of a bit.
Yeah, and we were expecting to have our delivery of all the roofing materials, like all the timbers and everything come in today, but with how busy the ferries are, and they couldn't fit a 18-ton truck on.
Yeah.
So I guess they didn't book it early enough. So Monday first ferry, we're getting all the many tons of timber and lime and insulation board and all the stuff we need, so that the asbestos was going to come off on Thursday, but they had an urgent job to go to something else, not asbestos related. So they weren't able to do that, which is good because we were still doing scaffolding. So they're going to be doing that sometime this coming week. So once they're done with that, then we can shift all the scaffolding down here and exhaust ourselves again and start taking the roof off. We've got to get all the slates off, then strip all the sarking board off, and take all the rafters down, recut them all, and put them back up again, and figure out how we're going to do that with all this machinery still in the roof, because there's pulleys and stuff up here.
Yeah, there's lots of stuff up here still.
There's several tons of...
Like a random antenna in the roof.
Yeah, there's several tons of winch equipment up there.
Yeah, so that's going to be interesting. I can see a metal wheel up here.
Yeah, there's the two pulleys there, which go over to there.
Yeah.
Which go over to the crown gear here, which is on the main pulley shaft, which runs off this, which comes off the centre shaft downstairs, which comes all the way up through the building. So that would have been the winch mechanism, and I think these would have been for the ropes going down to the bucket, like the scoop in the grain hoist.
Yeah.
To like where you would turn the grain over with winch assist, wheel assist. So I think that's what this was for.
Yeah, that's all that's left. Most of the stuff that was in here, they moved so that people could live in this area.
Because there's a ton of rope damage on that.
They can keep everything above the rafters because people didn't need that space. So
we will be keeping it up there.
Yeah.
And we're hoping to highlight the main winch mechanism as behind glass or something, as a big open air roof section which we can light, and you can see all the stuff in the hallway up here between the bedrooms, which would be kind of cool, but it just makes life more difficult with the roof.
Yeah, and as you say, there's no books to go, how do I replace wood beams when there's a winch on it?
And there's tons and tons of cast iron up there.
Yeah.
Anyway,
all right.
You're doing stones, I'm doing floors, and I'm going to switch the camera so people can watch you.
I know, but I'm probably not going to talk so much because my suit flaps. It makes lots of noise.
Daniel says hi, and Lawrence says hi, and that we're brave and mad.
Yes, we are.
Yeah, I'll show you what the view is down where I'm working over there in a few minutes. As I keep smacking these old cast iron, well, they're not actually that old, they're 1980s, but they're old style cut nails.
Are they? Well, those are the ones I thought they were from before.
No, because we've seen the name of the person who did the renovation in the 80s on
Those were the old ones.
the old style. Oh, there's some old ones which have been folded over, and then the floors have been put on top. And there's a bunch of them which, well, all the ones which are sticking up are from the 80s. And that, I believe, is why we wear steel cap boots. Yeah, the audio on the second camera, which is on now, is always going to be out just because of the wireless video encoding. You should still have ambient noise from that one. I can turn that up a bit since it's a bit further away. Yeah, the second camera. This camera should be in sync. So for me to look at tonight, to see if I need to do some adjustments, let me find something here. I just want to, because I keep saying the audio's out, I want to know if it's just the wireless one, because I know that one's going to be out no matter what. So I can look at this later and see how out this is. There we go. That'll be a nice point for me to look at later, see how out the audio is. I got gloves on, claps don't work very well. Hear a muffled thump. Okay. Where to put the broom? So, I bet not too many people take their spring cleaning so seriously they clean the tops of the rafters and joists. Okay, they expect a comment. So they're saying about 350 milliseconds. Between 350 milliseconds and 1.5 seconds. So about 41.6 milliseconds per frame. That's a lot of frames. It's like 10 frames behind. Tell you what, I'll make life easy for you. Let's try that again. I'll give you, you can count frames for me. Scare you? There you go, frame counter at the top. The last number is frames. If you can tell me that, I should be able to adjust either the ATEM or the streaming software depending on just how bad it is. Do you want me to get those top ones? Tell you what you can do is just reach in there with the hooky bit.
No, but I can't get it right.
Should be flat. I think we might need to go down one more row.
Okay.
I don't know, because like the roofs, I don't know, the rafters are just like, the rafters are below this level.
Maybe if we take it to that level where we can.
Yeah, like that one.
So that one could come out.
It's dirt filled. Hope it's dirt. No, I mean bird crap and other animal droppings.
No, but that's where the spiders like to live.
Oh yeah, I can tell by all the freaking spider webs everywhere. Yeah, I was going to do this one, wasn't I?
Yeah, I can do those.
Heavy-ish. That's another one which is broken. Huh? Yeah. Doesn't matter, we got plenty of stone.
Interesting.
Yeah, I know. I don't know what would have broken that, because that's not us. Shouldn't really, because it's not like it's got nowhere else to go. Cobwebs. There you go. Stop one's done for you. Making a mess of my beautiful floors. Okay, let's see what the verdict was. 2 seconds. 1.7. Well, let me know when you come up with the frame counter. It's last one is number of frames, so it'll go to 24, and then the previous one's seconds. So if you give me seconds and frames, I can adjust. That's, yeah, 1.7 seconds is insane. You alright with that one? Don't drop it. Need help? Okay. My arms have got no energy, so you're better off than me. Okay, I need to cut the next lot of these. This is the view down to the machine here, which we're exposing from above. This would have been some sort of vibratory shaker. We've got over here, there was a pulley on top, which was where they used to turn around, and there would be the belts which have got the scoops on it down there. But also of interest is you can see along here this row of bits of framing in the timber which were for some previous machine, and I suspect that was as well. This cross piece here as well is probably from a previous machine, because it's got pockets in it which don't line up with anything below. So it's likely from another machine. There's another mill up here which has this same machine but on the ground floor rather than on the top floor. So it's very interesting to... Well, that's not the top floor, it's the mid floor, but you know, you get my point. And then we've got here the pulley which would have been driving the machine. So my next job is going to be to get those bits of floor up. Which is really interesting because right about where she's standing, the floor is very, very bad. Don't bring the stones out too far, because I've got to put plywood all the way along there. So if you put them out on the past the wall, I'll just do the plywood to the wall, because then like the it's not going to fall in because you're standing on the wall. Although to make life difficult, we've got this sheet of plywood here as well, which goes into the grain hoist and makes it so these floors can be stood on.
You're going to have to move that stone anyway.
Luckily, we have a helper. Yeah, Daniel, look at the frames. I know that we are skipping frames every now and then. I'm not sure if that's the 8M doing it, or if it's just that we don't have enough resources on this computer this laptop to do it. Let me just change some stuff here. It's complaining that my audio codec is too slow. Audio output, we're going to go audio bitrate up a little bit, not that I think it really matters. And coder set for performance. One second, 14 frames, so that's 38 times. Yeah, about 1.5 seconds. That's a lot. I think the 8M can only delay it by about 10 frames. So let's see if I can get this to fix that. Appreciate the help, by the way. It's great to be able to have other people helping figure this out. Sync offset. Hopefully, if I set this at about 1583 milliseconds, that should be better. Hopefully it's not going to make it worse. Okay. Because I can't listen to this at the same time or it just freaks itself out. Let's try my little hammer test again. Oh, turn frame counter on. Turn off clean feed. Okay. Should actually, if we're counting frames, look at the point where the audio levels peak, and that might be where we sort of hit. Sorry. Okay, so hopefully that's not now 3 seconds. Hopefully that's actually more precise. Well, that's interesting. So that's that's then got to be OBS delaying the audio, not the ATEM, because the ATEM will get that via HDMI from that camera. A 3-frame delay programmed in on the ATEM, which I've just removed, but that's on the microphone inputs, not on the camera input. You okay? Okay. Yeah, that happens. How dead?
Long dead.
Yeah, we've had a lot of those. That'll be bird number 6 or 7 or
Can you help
something.
me with that one because it's stuck?
Yeah. Where?
There?
No, that's a cobweb and a bit of stone.
Oh, that's a feather.
No, it's a stone.
Oh. Oh, that's weird.
Cobweb and stone. I see what you mean, but it's a cobweb and stone. Might take it straight. Weighs more than our tiny human. Okay, so we've got, is there no sink offset noticeable at all? Like, did we, don't know if that needs to be put on. Maybe that will only enable next time we start streaming or something. Look at the windows. I don't think so. No, I don't think it's raining.
No, grain.
Grain. Oh, probably.
It's just covered. Probably on the shoot here. Somewhere.
It's not an ATEM overlay, that's straight out of the camera. That's the camera's screen. Apparently I can't actually delay the audio by that long as a negative offset. Seeing how far it'll let me go. So I can't just type it in at that many digits. It can, but I think it also buffers the sound with it, Mads. So I'm trying the advanced audio properties to set a sync offset, negative sync offset right now since positive didn't work. Yeah, it'll let me sync offset up to 950 milliseconds. Negative 950 milliseconds. So I'll try that. I'm just going to change config on this source. Try and get it to deactivate. We're not sure. This could go horribly wrong. I'm going to jump to the intro video and then back and see if it reconnects and does the audio properly from there on. Okay, let's see how that goes. Feed off. Okay. I'm going to do smashy again. Yep. But I'm going to do big bang, okay? See if that makes any improvement whatsoever. You want me to get that one? Yep. Oh yeah, that's a big one. Yeah, might not be very deep, but it looks pretty substantial. Yeah, that's great. Oh, it's these husks. They might have had insulation or something, which would have just been husks.
Well, it's just funny,
or they were storing them up here.
It's only
like,
one spot.
I'd say that's just the older spot. Can I borrow your hockey stick? Take your stick back. Okay.
think these nails are for?
What nails?
Yeah.
The ones sticking through?
Yeah.
They're the slates.
But they're not sticking through.
There's random spots where they are.
Oh.
I guess they've just got longer nails for some of them. Or maybe where they've replaced them and they've beaten them through or something. Who knows? Okay, is the audio any better or not? So the funny thing is that I can see the audio levels moving in real time when I talk in OBS. Way better or still terrible? Is it like halfway better or like 99% better? Making a very big mess.
Yeah.
Good girl. Okay. Okay, well, hopefully 900 milliseconds gets us at least most of the way there. Right. I was going to do some more floors, wasn't I? Okay, that's great. Thanks for the help with everyone. Getting the audio sync a bit better. I have no idea what OBS is doing with that. Can you help me just clear this table off? Put the stuff underneath. Just need to get this sheet out of the way. You can just go underneath because I'll need it. Sorry? Yeah. Serves two purposes. It gets it out of the way and gets it ready to use. With everyone's help, one day we may actually make progress and have a usable stream. Well, like I say, Daniel, the sort of Saturday live streams are our time off, time to take things a little bit easier and try not to overdo it. So yeah, taking time to fix things like the live stream is just part of the fun. This is very much so our lighter day of work in the week. And it's nice to be able to come and chat with you guys and see what other people's thoughts are on things and maybe get some cool ideas on how to do things. Oh yeah, how's... Oh, Jesus. I just about fell through the floor. That floor is...
See how you guys are doing with the floods and everything. Hope you're all doing okay.
Yeah, because I think we do have a few people in Germany, don't we? And it's not just Germany. It wasn't it Belgium and a bit of the southeastern Netherlands and...
Yeah.
Yeah, the problem with moving the plywood we've got on the floor is that, let's see if I can get it with this camera or not. Yeah, that floor between the camera and the saw, it's not really there. There's really very little timber left. You might want your hearing protection. I don't know where I put mine though. Yes, well spotted. Not so much potential flaw, it's more the spirit of a flaw, which has long since died and is still haunting the building. Someone's saying this is potential flaw, but no, I mean potential flaw is what we're putting down. It's more the spirit of a flaw which has died and refuses to leave the building. If it was a facade floor, I wouldn't be able to put my hand through it in multiple places. Or, like, just tear it up. You shouldn't be able to do that with wood. Just hit it and then tear it to bits with your bare hands. I'm not that strong, especially after days of scaffolding. No, it was going through absolutely nothing. The saw sounds absolutely atrocious. Yeah, the saw didn't go through anything at all the last bit. It's absolutely terrible cutting through the floor because the floors are so uneven because they've been quite worn and rotten, and there's bits of knot sticking up out of them where the wood's shrunk but the knot hasn't. Almost like it was green floor when it was laid down, but no, it's not because it's tongue and groove. But yeah, it's the saw is twisting and turning all over the place, and it binds the blade up, so it sounds like I just don't know how to use a circular saw. I have sometimes used the jigsaw for the floors because it's so bad the circular saw just can't really do it. So we're piling all the floorboards up here because we've cut that hole in the window over here, so we can post them through, but with currently having 40-mile-per-hour winds from that direction, it just means you end up with a whole face full of floorboard because the floorboard just disintegrates as you try and post it through the window. So we're just going to pile them up for another day. I'm going to go down and get that. What? Too big for you?
Yeah.
Okay.
They need too high. Okay.
Loads of little stuff behind that one at least.
It looks like I just tucked it in.
I think that pretty much is what all of this is. It might help with a wheelbarrow up here, assuming you could actually run a wheelbarrow over the floor, but unfortunately we have this giant problem that the wheelbarrow wheels are going to sort of end up going downstairs. We're also 3 stories up, and yeah,
and the
particularly
stairs
fancy
up.
carrying one of the wheelbarrows up because I don't know if the stairs are going to be wide enough for a wheelbarrow.
Yeah, they're not very good stairs. If the grain hoist was open, you could just chuck everything out the front.
But we have that, that's the grain hoist there, and we have it closed up to prevent birds coming in and prevent the wind and weather coming in as well.
Yeah, and also in case it falls down. And it's not, we wouldn't really notice if it fell down.
Yeah, the wheelbarrow is just going to help us move the stones a couple of meters. We've got to get them downstairs anyway, so this is where having the actual grain hoist running and a water wheel moving would be great, because we could use that to take everything down.
Or even using the trapdoor and the winch.
That's what I mean.
Yeah, good. Woo.
Unfortunately, we don't have any water for our watermill.
But yeah, so with the walls, it's like they put a lot of effort into the walls. When they got to this point, they kind of went, just...
Well, it's not structural.
I know, but they still
just cosmetic.
Threw stone in. The front looks nice and even, but the back is just full of little tiny pieces of random stuff. Which is kind of good, because don't want to be lifting down so many big pieces. Okay, drink time.
Oops. Unfortunately, most of the dust you see coming up off these floors is not so much surface dust, but the actual dust of the floor disintegrating as I lift it. Ali, it's a floorboard lifter and pallet destroyer. So you've got a notch in here for lifting nails, which don't work on old cut nails, but yeah, it's absolutely fantastic compared to a typical demolition tool, because it can rest on the beam, use the beam for its lever point, and lift the floorboards on either side of the beam, which really helps get it off the nails a lot easier. And I did have this tool when we did the first live stream of ripping up the floors. I just kind of forgot I had it in the truck. Can't even lift the floor. I can't lift its own weight with how disintegrated the timber is. Jeez. Oh, it just sounds like cardboard when you lift it. I'm going to switch cameras so you can see the huge plumes of dust that come out when it hits the ground. This whole room is starting to fill with dust. Problem is I can't also stand on a lot of the floor here because it's kind of screwed. That dust when it hits is all the woodworm dust coming out of the ends of the beam. Massive dust clouds. And part of the reason why we can't just throw these out the window right now. Dusty enough for you? Yeah. Smells like woodworm.
away in the morning.
Put a 2.4 kilonewton meter impact driver on the wheel. You mean the water wheel? If you mean the water wheel, no, that would need probably 15 or 20 kilowatts of three-phase motor to make that move. Especially with the way the bearings are right now, probably more like 100 kilowatts. And then you might just do a bit of friction welding with the bearings. Use molten metal as the lubricant.
So I went and got a snack. So for all our non-British people,
That's going to be way out of focus. The closer you get it, the more out of focus it's going to be.
I'll hold it out here and I'll say, jammy dodgers. But Mark can't eat them, so they're all for
I
me.
can't eat them.
You can?
Yeah.
I didn't know you could eat these.
I can.
Alright.
You just don't want them to.
No, I just didn't think you wanted to eat them.
I don't really want to eat them. Okay, that's enough for me to get 2 more sheets of plywood down. Just got to clear those damn nails, which is going to be interesting. Could you please do me a camera 2?
This hard floor, I like that.
Since we're looking at audio delays, I'm curious to see how much delay we actually get from this camera. Do the same thing with it. Menu. Monitor. Is this main SDI? Yeah. Main SDI, clean feed off. You can count frames on this one too now. Yeah, cool. What?
I'm just going to answer Monique's question, saying are we Kiwi or Aussie? The reason you're confused Monique, the reason you're confused is that we were in Australia, but I was born in South Africa, so mine is South African Australian accent, which sounds Kiwi. So that's why. Careful. Respirator.
Wash the dust down.
All right.
Oh, the frame's not increasing? Let me go check. It might only be doing it when it's recording. This other one knows, because it's got HDMI output, that it's actually plugged into something and that it's on air. Let me check. This one here. Alright, okay, so if I set it to record, you should now see a frame counter, which will be a frame count for that recording. Oh man, that dust.
You got yours on?
What?
Your mic?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Can I hear it? Where are you? So basically, I was going to say we're terrible at keeping the house clean, but apparently we're willing to clean up a whole mill. We don't just dust, we stream dust.
We make lots of dust. Oh, that's good. Glad that the sync time's not too bad on the wireless. I mean, it's not a cheap system, but it's by no means an expensive system either. You know, when you can get a Teradek for £5,000, that's the same thing, but in a fraction of the time. But I don't have £5,000 to spare on this YouTube channel, so we use the cheap system with the really expensive cameras. Just found something which has been really badly done here. This these rafters span the width of the building, right? And they go into the walls. So they should be the strongest structural bits. Oh my god, the dust in this room! Took my respirator for a second and I'm already coughing. So yeah, these should be the strongest ones. But this rafter is cut all the way down on both sides so that this cross piece can come in here. And then it's attached on either side. The same with that one. That one's just lightly jointed in on the top with a really, really sort of minor tenon. But yeah, these are just sitting on the end of this cross piece. Like this should be either like a, you know, half and half bit of timber joint, or this bit should just be spanning between the beams. Structurally, it's just terribly done. Because the only thing hanging off this right now is the pulley for the vibrator machine. I don't know why they would have done that. That's just a terrible design choice.
It shows you it was designed well when they first built it.
And then the upgrades have gone horribly wrong.
They cut all the support beams and damaged it. There's no reason, like you said,
Yeah.
you should make the smaller one.
Yeah, the one which is going across the length of the building, which isn't tied into the walls.
Yeah.
I don't get that choice at all. But we should be, I hope we'll have enough timber to rectify that.
Or you could at least put that one like against the wall rather than the middle of the wall.
Just every bit of floor we remove, every bit of timber we remove, every bit of stone we remove, we've just learned so much more about the building, and sometimes it's exciting and great, and sometimes it's just a matter of what the hell were they thinking. So most of these cut nails come out pretty quickly, but there's one over here which is about 10mm square or 8mm square. So you have to cut it with the angle grinder. Found a few of them around this area. I don't know how well this shows on camera, but like this whole beam just jiggles and shakes when I tap it lightly. That's shows just what a bad choice that is, and kind of why these floors are so rubbish over here. As far as cost of Watermill, some stuff has cost a lot more than we expected. Like the roof is definitely costing a lot of money, but yeah, some stuff's definitely come up where we weren't really expecting it, or things we thought were going to be fine just aren't, and we've had to rework some stuff. But I don't think the cost overall is really changing that much yet.
Well, we sometimes do things we've
Just saying,
saved on.
Mads was asking, are you seeing the cost of the Watermill increase dramatically, like with the stuff we're finding?
No, not really.
Yeah, I agree. Like, we kind of expected to have to replace a lot of stuff. I think all the stone in the kiln has been a sort of surprising bonus.
But always prepare for the worst. Prepare that you'll have to replace the entire roof, and then you'll feel better when you don't have to.
Yeah, and Mike's saying the downside not having or following the building codes in the area. Well, to be honest, that beam which is wobbling, or those beams in general, that machinery could have been 1940s, it could have been It could have been 1860s. We know major upgrades were done in the 1862. 1938 they did major upgrades. The early 1800s they did major work. So we don't know when that was. So, building standards have come an awful long way in the last 100 years. So never mind the last 180 years. So that might have been an absolutely fine choice back if that was done in the 1800s. Plus also the beam wobbling is partially because the wall is really rotten. Like the timber in the wall is unbelievably rotten. But it is a bit of a poor choice of way to join the timber.
What's the time?
15:45.
Okay, so Mike, what we're going to be doing on the walls is, to meet modern building standards, we need to have insulation. So we got to pull all the lime out of the joints. Sorry? Yeah. We got to pull all the lime out of the joints and then repack it with new lime. And then we do a lime render to get it to be pretty much flat. Then we have our insulation board on there, which I think is 60 or 80 mil wood fibre insulation, which is breathable. And then on top of that, we then do our framing, and then we have a wood fibre version of plasterboard, which then gets a lime skim coat on top, so it's completely breathable or vapor permeable the whole way through. But none of the stone on the outer walls is exposed. We will be keeping the stone exposed on the kiln wall because that will be inside and therefore won't need insulation. That's stone.
I know, but it's breaking up.
So yeah, there's we basically can't have just the walls are quite substantial. Up at this height, they're probably about 650 mil thick. Downstairs, they're 850 mil plus thick. But you know, the amount of energy you have to put it, they still leak a lot of heat basically. So we have to have some insulation. Do you want me to get that one?
Yes, please.
Okay. One sec. Can I borrow your thing? Spider. It's quite a big one. Yeah, for the UK. For Australia, it's a minuscule little baby spider. It's hiding between the sarking board and the rafter. Little black spider. So it's back on my rafters, or floor joists. I figure out where I put my broom. Another slight wrinkle to my wish to get floors down today is underneath all the woodworm dust here, we have the top of a very big iron spike which is holding onto that bit of wood. So I'm going to have to try and measure that, do something with the plywood, which is frustrating because I don't have a router up here and I don't have any chisels. They're in storage somewhere. And two more big steel posts there, which I'll have to cut. Assuming they don't just fall out, because that timber's pretty rotten. I do have a drill, but not one which is going to make a hole that big. And I don't want to just cut, it's only about 6 mil, 1/4 inch high, so I don't really want to cut a giant square out of it. Well, not giant, but sort of 1 inch square, 1/4 inch thick, 25 mil, so hole in the middle of a board somewhere, because I'm hoping to reuse these boards, so I don't really want to just go doing big holes. Where's that breaker? Yeah. Take. Yeah, this isn't really made for lifting these. The hole doesn't fit the big chunky bits. Oh, that's really rotten. That's really rotten. Lovely. Okay, I'm going to go down to the next floor down and have a look at the bottom of that. Good morning, Rev N3. Okay, I'm just going down. Actually, leave it on that one. You can watch my hands stick up out of the floor. Just going to go downstairs, see if I can spot anything coming out of there. See what we're dealing with down here, and you can hear the lovely dulcet tones of our dehumidifier. Just gotta watch out because the floor down here is pretty bad as well. Okay. Wow, there's actually a spot where a shaft used to be down here. I'm going to grab the camera and have a look and see. Should take you guys with me. All right, hold on, it's shaky cam time. So that's our view at the moment. Straight down through the floors. And this is the timber of the upper floors, which is always great. That's where someone put their foot through. Before we bought the place, we sent a photographer up here to take some photos for us, and that's where he put his foot through. That's our new dehumidifier working away, pumping out that window, which we made in a previous live stream. So we've got that little block up there, which is sort of underneath this area, and I'm wondering if that square I've got, because we've got like a bolt that way which looks like it's facing up, and a bolt that way which looks like it's coming down, and I'm wondering if one of those is the one I can see above, because on the other side we don't have anything. But I think this is sort of from an older machine, because this machine has its main pulley here, which goes up and is then wedged into the wall, into the floor there. And we can see the timber from the previous machinery here in the joints. But I don't know what machinery would have been here. We've also got these holes in the over here. We've got these holes on both ends of this beam, which they're the one over there, which not related to this machine, that's for sure. So this machine is this one, which in other watermills in the area is on the ground floor. So it gets power from a pulley over there, gets power from a pulley up there, and there's a whole raft of pulleys back here which would have driven all of that. So that's the main shaft which comes, so this shaft here comes from the wheels below, from the water wheel and the main gear down there, and then comes up. It's got wooden teeth, so if something jams up on either of these side shafts, they will just rip apart and not destroy anything. And then the shaft which goes up goes all the way up to the top floor up there. You can just see the top of it in that wooden column which goes up to the machinery in the roof. If I can find focus there. Then it's got some gears up there which then translate it through across to the machinery up there. And you can see the pulleys and everything up there quite well from here actually, of the various gearing, and then all the way over to there where you've got the winch mechanism. I can find focus there. So that's the winch mechanism which would all be driven off that central shaft. But then all this machinery would have been driven off that shaft as well, with, you know, your reduction gears or reduction pulleys there, and then our historic machinery, our extra historic machinery, which would have been on that wooden bearing block. They use a lot of, well, bushing block. They used a lot of wooden bushings in these, and they would have had a big grease pot on top, which would have driven stuff down into there. But I'm also fairly sure that these beams, like, these are generally in much better condition than the ones I'm standing on. These have got a lot more tooling marks and like maker's marks on them. So like you can see the arrows there. And I suspect that these are potentially either the originals or from when they did a major refit or something of the mill. Because these are pitch pine and they handle a lot better. We've also got these cable holes up here, which I don't think were from the oh, actually, never mind. Look, we've got cable clamps here. So maybe those were added in the 80s. Because we've got some sort of ducting here. Oh, I bet that was hot water and hot water return for heating. So yeah, we've got all of this. But that doesn't help me with my problem of having a sheet of plywood sit flat there. So from here, if I can, jeez, that floor is terrible. So from above, you can see that, yeah, I think at the right, you can see we've got that stud sitting there, and I bet that thick shaft, that thick bit I cut off, which was sticking out, was the end of the other one. Yeah, I'll put this camera back on its tripod. That's our pile of stones and pile of floorboards. So maybe what I'll do is I'll put the plywood sheet down and then give it a good smacking with a hammer in that spot, see if I can make a mark on the plywood sheet which will show me where it is, and then maybe I can actually drill out just a little bit of it. Yeah, as Danielle says, can you drill some shallow holes? Not through. Perhaps. Field trip. Yeah, the joys of wireless video systems. Since wifey's gone, I can move this camera and point it like this to give an alternate view. But first, I'm going to have to. Have I got that clear enough? Yeah, I think I'll be able to get that sheet of. Oh, I've got to knock that bit of wood down. There's a stub of rotten wood over there. I've got to try and pry off first. Let's go back to camera 2. Speaking of bits of old machinery, we've got this random bit of wood sticking out here. About there, which doesn't appear to be related to any current machinery, but it's also unbelievably rotten, right to the point I was trying to get it off before the stream and it was disintegrating in my hands as I tried to pry it off. It's got some really big studs going through it. Wonder if that used to come up through the floor or if it used to go down. I might just have to trim that flush because it's not a particularly safe spot where I am right now. Sitting right on the edge of the floor here. Yeah, it's rotten and falling apart, but it's not so rotten that I can't just pull it apart. How frustrating. Okay, let's do some acrobatics with a jigsaw in hand. One day, I think it'd be really interesting to buy a modern house, you know, something less than 100 years old, and try renovating it. See what the difference is like when you can just, you know, be like a normal YouTube renovation channel and, you know, have a brand new bathroom in within a week and brand new kitchen in the week after, rather than, what's this, month 4 of just cleaning. Could be a novel experience. There we go. That's one way of doing it. That'll give a flush floor at least in that section. Looking at this beam where we've got that stud coming through, it's a completely different colour to the other section of beam. So I suspect it's been replaced at some point. The question is it more modern than the other section or not? It looks like a lighter colour, but doesn't necessarily mean anything. Oh hey, I'm sweeping the floor away here completely. That section where the saw was going through so easily, I just swept away completely. No resistance to the broom whatsoever. Okay. Time to get a tape measure. Just trying to get the laser going down the center of this beam as much as possible. as I've had some difficulty with some of the other boards and the fact that not all things are square relative to each other in this building, especially with a stone built wall. Yeah, we can really see how far off that joist is. I don't know if that's really going to show on camera. Let's have a look and see. Doesn't really. But got this green laser running down the center of the joist, so it's hitting the joist center there, but over on this side it's only just hitting the edge of it. It's not square anymore. I wonder if I can clear some of the rubble out of this side of the joint and straighten it up. Probably not from here, not safely anyway. No, the end of the timber's too rotten. Can't actually get the rocks out because they keep falling into where the timber beam was, but there's just nothing left. Oh, that's annoying. That's really annoying. That's my plywood line down there. So I'm trying to keep the plywood on the center of the beam, but it's been a bit difficult. I have to bring it back a little bit. If I start out maybe flush with this bit of plywood here, yeah, that might just work. And I can just reset that line over there to line up with this plywood. Not ideal by any stretch of imagination, but might mean that our plywood for the next piece is actually going to sit on the beam a tiny bit and help support it. Okay, that's good because I can see it on the wall on the little preview on my computer screen, but I can't see it all the way along. It's just got a very tiny preview window there. Okay. Tape measure time. At least once I've got this one down, it should go fairly quickly because I can get these two sheets down pretty quickly, one after another. Now that I've got the floorboards cleared, it's just this. Some of the other sections of this I've been able to do 2 or 3 boards in like 45 minutes. But with all this machinery here, it's taken a lot longer. I've been doing this since 12:30 or so today. I don't know what time it is now, but it's probably like 4 p.m. Always keep the hard stuff for the stream. Okay, so we're at 2335 on this side. 2335. Where do I put my pen? That's a pen which has no pencil. Here we go. We're going this side up or the other side up? That side up. 2, 3, 3, 5 down there. And then we're coming out 1220 from the wall, or thereabouts. It's hard to tell when the wall socket's completely rotten. One to 2, 0 is going to be about there. Okay. and 2325 on this side. That's actually not too bad. Let's get a camera 2. It's got these cool new Sawhorses this week, which I'm pretty pleased with so far. Got them for doing when we've got to redo all the roofing, we have to recut all the rafters and all the collars and everything, so I thought I'd splurge and get these more premium Sawhorses, which can be adjustable height, and you're meant to be able to put a 2x4 in the side so you can support a table, but unfortunately for me, my 2x4s are not American, so they're a little bit bigger. So it didn't quite work out that way, but it's close. And it's definitely a lot better. Before I just had the pallet on the ground and I was scrabbling around on the ground trying to cut these sheets, and my knees were absolutely dying, so I just put the pallet on top of the Sawhorse for now, and it seems to be making a bit of a quality of life improvement, which is the goal. This is 2325. Right about there. We're going to go 2335 on this side. Okay, where did I put my clamps? A clamp there, but I've got different clamps which might be a bit easier elsewhere here somewhere. So what's everyone else been up to this week? Anyone done anything interesting? Done something cool? Had a win? While I try and find this clamp. Otherwise I'm going to be using two different clamps, but that's fine. Two clamps the same. Next question is, where did we tidy the saw away to when we cleaned up to make room for doing the walls? It's actually a really good question. Oh, there it is, under the lights. Oh, hey, we used to live in Calgary. Yeah, it's got 18.5 degrees here on Thursday. I think I got mildly sunburnt. It's the hottest it's been all summer. At least in Calgary you can just, you know, go up Trans-Canada Highway and just go chill out in Banff for a bit. At least it's like 3 or 4 degrees off, cooler down in Canmore or Banff. You can go hike up a mountain, chill right out. Well, that's not ideal. Left a splinter on this corner. Right, I might clean that up a little bit with the jigsaw. I can figure out where I left the jigsaw. Oh, it's on the table. Definitely tired. Okay, there we go. Jesus, quite a breeze coming in through that window. How much wind pressure is pointing on there. Although the wind speed was forecast to drop a lot this afternoon. It was on a downward trajectory. When we started the stream, it was up at 40 miles an hour. We're down at 20 miles an hour. That's much better. And gusts of 34 miles an hour. Let's see if this board fits. Problem with everything not being quite square. You can cut it all to the right length, but it still doesn't line up because, you know, one end should have been cut, not the other. We'll see. Okay, the next challenge is figuring out how to get this damn board over there. Because there's not much in the way of usable floor around it. Quite what I wanted. Watch out for my extension cord and my lighting power coming up there. Down there. Alright, for this side, let's see if we can lift that over. Nice thing about getting to this stage is you can actually walk on the floor before it's screwed down. Trying to remove some of the padding rock around the rotten beam end to give room for my power cables to come up without interfering with the board. These are temporary power cables on temporary floors. Okay, shuffle the whole thing along. The plywood's only temporary, so like this the blue extension cord is just bringing power up for our internet and stuff, and this one is just for these pair of lights up here. So they're temporary cables. The floor's going to have to come up once we've redone the roof. The next job is to fix the ends of these beams, which means taking the beams down one at a time and redoing the joints into the wall completely from scratch. So yeah, it doesn't bother me having the cables there at all. Okay, I think that's looking pretty good. I might just put it's coming out from the wall a bit here, but we've seen over there that the beams sort of sit across the building in this sort of direction. No, sorry, that sort of direction, which means, yeah, that the floorboards don't line up right, so there'll be a slight gap here as well, which will potentially allow us to get some more power up here. I'll put a screw in this corner. I'll be able to just rotate it that last little bit. Progress. Progress is good. Progress is much needed. Whew. Okay. Okay, so now I just need to kick this over a little bit more, and that'll give us a nice tight joint at that end. Again, these are temporary, so if there's a little bit of a gap between the wall and the floor, that is absolutely no problem. It's about as tight as it's going to get, I think. Yep, nice. I'm happy with that. good enough to put a ladder on. That's the main thing. Like these floors, you try and point load the floors over here where I'm standing, where the saw unloaded when it went through. Like you try and put a ladder there with just the two legs, you can end up with the ladder going straight through the floor, like completely through the floor, which is a less than ideal prospect when you're trying to do the roof. Come on, laser, give me a beam. Right, so now I'm going to try and get this next line here. Moving down the center of this beam. I was before doing this with putting a 2x4 across the beam and then scribing a pencil mark along it. But this way's a lot more fun. It uses freaking lasers. Okay. Those. These. And my laser's in the way, so I'm going to have to use the new floor. Woohoo! Remove the laser. If anyone's got any questions, feel free to ask them. And yes, lasers are the problems. Are the answer to many problems. One of my clients is a company that does online laser cutting, and I definitely enjoy telling people about all the ways that lasers can solve their problems. Writing content about various uses of lasers and how they can be more cost effective and time saving compared to other manufacturing methods, depending on your application. It's good fun. I like lasers. Oh crap, forgot we've got that bit of I forgot about the thing in the floor. I'm wondering why the floor's rocking so much. Oops, I'm gonna have to pull the floor up now. Why didn't somebody say something? screw here, which I don't know if it's snapped off or if the wood underneath is rotten, but it's not coming out. It's really not coming out. Well, I guess we'll see if that is rotten or not. That is a giant pain in the ass. Time to move the frickin' laser. No shark attached. You guys let me down. Ah, dear. Now I gotta get this bloody thing up again. I think I just flip it over on the spot. And then I don't have to move the whole thing. Lazy mode it. Hopefully I got enough of an impact where that... No, I didn't. Didn't get enough of an impact where that damn thing is. Oh, for fuck's sake. Okay. I think that might be it. No, that might be it. Damn. Problem with the walls being so rough, so I can't tell. I can't just measure off the wall. I'm hoping I've got some sort of impact on here of where that stud thing is, but I can't see a dent. I can see bird poo, but that's not what I want. Damn. Actually, no, we were just saying, when in doubt, lasers. Lasers can actually help here. Because what I can do is try and get this laser running down in line with the other piece of wood, which, if I can do that, will give me a nice reference line of where the end of this board should be sitting. I can measure off that. Okay, so that should be fairly square with the edge of the board, which would mean I can find my bloody tape measure. I should be able to measure from where the center of a little bit of post here is to the laser line, like that, which is going to be, make this nice and square, 577 millimeters. We're going to kind of come across here, 577, and then from the end of here, try and come along 100 and 1,877. 877. Oh, actually, I think I may have found it. Yes, I have. 1877 and 577. That could well be it. Yes, I have found it. I've got an impact mark. I do have a mark of where that head is. My bird poo is over here. I was about 170 millimeters off on a 45-degree angle from where it actually was. Okay, let's go downstairs and grab a drill. Okay, that actually didn't work out as badly as I expected. Okay. In the windows, I'm drilling the hole for the dehumidifier. I think it's got my biggest drill bit in it. It looks like a 13mm drill bit. Okay, this is going to be a hell of a hatchet job. Ideally, I'd just go and get a router bit and the router out of the truck, but where the truck's parked up the road now, blocking the road so people can't sneak past the road closure. Oh, by the way, we closed the road. Yeah, I don't want people sneaking past the road closure and driving into our scaffolding we set up. Now the thing is to use this like an end mill. Well, I'm on my knees, but it ain't no knee mill. But it might work. Certainly not a CNC job. It looks like a CNC job that's been done on one of those cheapo Shopokos or whatever. I think it's so flexible. Right. About 27. Kind of want that deeper, larger. There we go. That is a hell of a hatchet job, but it might just work. High gear? No, I don't really like using the high gear with the big drill bits. If it catches it, kind of breaks your wrist a bit. The wrist is sore enough. It's a big drill bit. I want big chips out of it. Okay, let's try this again. Before I do, anything else I've forgotten, anyone? My brain is severely lacking in sleep. I'm going to have a drink while you guys think up some ideas for me. Oh yeah. Yeah, my drill has a clutch as well, but I tend to leave it on the drilling setting when using a drill bit, which tends to be the break your wrist if you're a dumbass setting. And use a giant drill bit with it. It's not so much a problem with plywood, it's more of a problem with steel. Plywood's pretty damn soft. Oh geez, that screw did break off. Stub of a bit of drill stick of screw sticking out here. That might push it through enough to unscrew it at least. Extension cord's in the way again. Tuck this underneath. Haha, there we go. Winner. And now, of course, to shuffle it all back into position again. Which is half the battle of these things. Oh, that's clever. So it's got a gyro in it and detects when it's about to do bad things to its human. What brand of drill is that? I've never seen that. That's awesome. Okay, last time I had this corner a little bit away from the wall here, I guess, because I lined it up with that other plywood sheet. Probably pretty close to where I had it before. Broken bit of screw, come out. So if that's about where I had it before, let's see if we're sitting flat over here or not. Oh, that bit of... Oh, this poor joist. I can lift the whole thing. Oh God, it's a horror show. I appear to be sitting flat on what's left of the timber there. I think it actually worked. Holy hell. That actually worked. That's amazing. Thank you for the suggestions on that one. Alright, let's try screwing this thing back down again. At least we've got one set of holes already. Okay. Yeah, no, the joist shouldn't really be liftable by hand. Oh, it's Bosch. I had a very bad experience with a Bosch miter saw warranty a couple of years ago. So unfortunately, I'm in a position where I kind of have to refuse to use Bosch, because with a project like this, like, it was a complete nightmare. So I'm not interested in using Bosch anymore, because their service was just so terrible on a almost £1,000 saw. It was a very, very bad experience. So I'm not really wanting to use Bosch tools anymore because of that. It's a bit sad, because I used to love them. But if you can screw up a warranty that bad on a professional tool, which was being used professionally full time, yeah, I don't really want to be involved with that. Perfect, there we go. They make great gear, but the after sales support isn't there on professional stuff. It's just not worth it. Oh, it's the one with the broken screw in it. Because unfortunately, with the if you've bought a 800 £1,000 saw, and it takes them 2 weeks to get it back, do whatever they do with it, send it back without having even tested it, and it comes back still faulty. When if I had have had a £150 screw fix saw, just cheap rubbish one, I could have taken it to any screw fix branch. This is back when we didn't live up here in the middle of nowhere. And I could have had a brand new saw in my hand same day. So then they don't even test the tool after sending it back from warranty. They replaced the brushes when the gearbox, and I'd stated the gearbox was completely toast. The gears just completely shredded themselves, and they replaced the brushes in the saw. Sent it back without testing. And they would only take the saw back the first time if it was in a box. It couldn't go on a pallet, despite the fact it's a 35 kilo saw. So I had to get a box which would handle a 35 kilo miter saw. Then they sent it back on a pallet. And finally, the second time I returned it, they did actually take a pallet return. And the guys at the customer service for Bosch just couldn't give a crap, just not interested at all. So, it's a case of really good tools let down by really poor customer service. Like if we were doing the roof here, for example, I mean, no brand is going to be able to get me a new saw very quickly, but if I was in a position of not having a saw for a month while we're trying to redo this roof, that would be a really, really major problem for me, because we'd lose our entire road closure, we'd lose basically our entire roofing window which is left. And for professional tools which are sold as professional tools, they've got to do better than that. And I'm not sure other brands do. I'm not saying other brands are better, I'm just saying that I was not impressed with Bosch. And now it's up to another brand to let me down. Nothing there. Oh, right, this is the one that doesn't have, this is the one where there's a gap. Okay, never mind. I was thinking, geez, that wood's really rotten, but there literally is nothing there. Try and extract that screw. Also say on the Bosch thing, I'm by no means a tool snob. I buy the right tool for the job, which has the best specs. We've got Erbauer, we've got DeWalt, we've got Milwaukee. I don't have anything Makita because their battery system is really expensive, and I haven't found a Makita tool which is so much better than the battery systems I have that it's been worth buying into. Because we've got Milwaukee 12 and 18 volt, we've got DeWalt 12, 18 and 56 volt, we've got Hikoki 18 volt, I think that's all. Oh, and Erbauer 18 volt. Okay, there's no wood there. Guessing it's going to be on the line of that cross piece, which is about there. Kind of, sort of. Yep. Do 3 screws on this tiny little section then. Okay. And then we'll move along with the laser and go grab some really long screws to put into this Watermill joist. Yeah, Daniel, I thought it was going to be long screw time, but if you remember, there was a joist there which only went to that cross piece. It didn't go all the way. So, didn't go to the wall. But yes, I do need long screws for the very last joist because the plywood's the only thing holding that joist up. Which is interesting in itself. Let's see if we've got any PZ2 end screws, because I don't know what I've done with my PZ3 end. Oh, it's in this box. Excellent. I shall use this box of screws because it's got PZ3 end in it. If I grab another impact driver, thought I had another impact driver up here somewhere, maybe. Yes, under my jumper. We can do a PZ3 and a PZ2 impact driver at the same time. Yeah, use the floor to hold the joist. It's I believe that's just part of the Scottish structural code. You know, why wouldn't it be? The floor levitates and all the joists hang underneath it, not attached to the wall. What could possibly go wrong? I'm surprised that one actually went in and was able to get driven in all the way, because I thought that beam was going to be a bit too rotten there. I don't know if you can see this on camera, but I can drop that by about 15 millimeters. Oh God. There we go. Lift the beam up. Really should do the big long screws on the 5 amp hour battery, not the 2 amp hour battery. Would make a lot more sense. Give the battery some hope of working. That box of screws is done. Give that many. 3 of those will do. We also use the floor to help stabilize these timbers against the weird joint they've got, which is just what you want to be doing, using the floors to stabilize the joints. I might put another one in that cross joint there as well, so we can have it going in here to this cross piece. Oops, grab the right impact driver. Nope, it's rotten. Or I managed to somehow miraculously get right between the 2 pieces of wood. No, I think I need a long screw, and I'm going to put a long screw in there. If the joint's rotten, that's not great. Long screws. This will do nicely. See if this one can stay in. There we go. That'll hold the floor together. And hooray! We have a single piece of plywood done in how many hours? 2 hours 34 minutes. Woohoo! Progress! So rapid. You know, the roof might be done by this time next year if we keep up with this pace. Anyway, at least we can do the next sheet of plywood pretty quickly now. Only 8 more sheets of plywood left to go. I have done most of this side of the mill, pretty much all the way to the wall, so it's just that side which remains. So it's not quite as far behind as it appears to be. Almost, but not quite. Top priority is getting this end of the mill re-roofed anyway. Need a pocket for a tape measure. There we go. Okay. That's the bad side. Yep. Okay. Now we can get the next one done relatively quickly, as we had 2325 on this side. So we just need to measure the other side. Somewhere about there. Okay. Tape measure. Okay, we're looking at 2335, 2333 maybe. Yeah, 2333. Let's just double check that was 2325 there. Yep. So it's not going to be a straight line at all. Fantastic. It's going to make the next row fun. Oh well. Such is life. Anyone have any questions about anything? Life, the universe, meaning of it all? 2328. The holding the timbers to the wall with the bracket is kind of what we're doing in the kiln for the floors. We're going to go with a wall plate and then brackets onto the timber wall plate, which is anchored into the wall with resin anchors. Hopefully that'll be enough to support our floors in there. The structural engineer agrees, but you know, we'll see. We have so many resin anchors to put in for the roof. The moment the roof sort of, there's some areas where there's timber sills in here, or there's timber wall plates. You can, like in here, there's some wall plate here, but only goes a certain area, and then it's just sort of rafter floating around in free space. But the structural engineer says we have to put a resin anchor 80 mil deep into the stone every 250 millimeters. 80 mils, like, not even one stone depth, so I don't really see the point. So we're going to go 225 mil deep with our resin anchors instead, for funsies. If it's worth doing, it's worth overdoing. So that's going to be the plan on that one. Should be interesting because I was looking at buying a chop saw. I just really was struggling to justify spending like almost £200 on a chop saw which is in stock. So I've gone with an angle grinder chop saw converter to make an angle grinder into a chop saw. We only have to make 150 cuts in 10mm threaded rod, stainless steel rod. So we'll see how that goes. That's going to be an interesting one. We've got to start getting onto that in the next week. So yeah, that's going to be interesting. But yeah, we've also bought the Milwaukee M12, the tube gun thing, which does your mastic tubes and such, because we've got 300mm tubes of resin, and I figure if we've got to do 8 tubes in a day or two, my hand's not really going to work, and I need to write. My job is typing, so if I don't have the ability to type, I'm in a bit of trouble. So I splurged and bought the Milwaukee tube gun dispenser, because I figure then if we can figure out how many seconds 7 cc's of resin is, we'll be able to potentially those resin anchors in a fraction of the time. Be interesting to see. Because we've also got, what is it, 5 bathrooms to do. All our water joints and water pipe joints and everything. So I think that gun is going to pay off in no time flat, just in lack of RSI. That's really important to me. Not I had a problem last year with using a non-ergonomic keyboard, and I did a Reddit AMA in which I typed non-stop for, I think it was 16 hours, as fast as I possibly could, and I screwed up my wrist so badly from that I basically couldn't type for almost a month, which, when your job is to write and you get paid per word, was a big ouchie to the income. So yeah, it's I love the idea of speech to text. I really, really love it. And Google Docs, which is what I primarily use for writing, has got a text-to-speech system in it, which sends it all off, sends everything you say off to the cloud and tries to figure out what you're saying. But even using, what's our audio gear worth? Like the MKE600 mic on the Ursa, and a 3,000 pound audio interface. Yeah, it even with all the quality in the world, it still struggles. And I must admit, when writing engineering content, I often need to take a few seconds to think about what I'm actually saying. If I'm just doing stream of consciousness, it doesn't usually come out very well. Like actual stream of consciousness, not just writing about stuff. You gotta, sometimes I'll write something and then change it around a lot. So yeah, doesn't, I love the idea of speech to text, but maybe if you're, I don't even know if writing a novel would really work with it, because you're still trying to formulate ideas and dialogue and stuff. Not that I've ever done that, but I'd imagine that you'd be formulating ideas and dialogue and stuff. And I think it doesn't handle you pausing in the middle of a sentence to think about what you're saying or how you want to phrase something. It just doesn't handle that very well. At least no system I've used, and admittedly that's pretty much just the Google system in the last 10 years or more. Before that, it was probably when I was probably in the 90s or early 2000s, when like Dragon Naturally Speaking was on Windows 95, was sort of the be-all and end-all of speech to text. That was absolutely dreadful. Maybe I'm just using the wrong software. Maybe give it 20 or 30 years. But by then, AI will write those articles very nicely. They might make perfect sense, but might not be technically correct. One of my clients gave me a report for an engineering article they wanted to have for SEO, and it was out of some software I'm not going to name. But yeah, it was. I'm sure all those keywords are related as far as the AI is concerned, but wow, they were really not very related, and they wanted me to put all those keywords in there for their software. I'm like, you've got electronics, dentistry, home building, just all these different things. So we've got a little ways before I think all that stuff starts taking over. But when it does come, and it is all working, it's going to be awesome. Assuming it doesn't go all Skynet on us. This board's going to be fun to put down with how cupped it is. I don't know how well that shows up on camera, but it is very cupped. Okay, big bang incoming. Yeah, I guess. Well, at least Siri's not really sending in the Terminators. I you know, as an someone who used to be in IT and is now in engineering, I will not have a Amazon, Google, or Apple smart device in my house. I just really don't like the idea of everything that is said and every noise which is made being sent back to their servers. I mean, they can say that they're not recording everything you say and using it for marketing or whatever all they like, but you never know with all these data breaches who else is getting that data. You just look at like the ring doorbells and such, where I think it was Ring, could be wrong, where they had data breaches where a bunch of their operators were looking at content that really shouldn't have been. Just like to keep our stuff to ourselves. Hey, wifey's back. Aha, see, this is where measuring gets difficult, because this board wasn't cut exactly perfectly straight, so now these two don't line up.
Still going?
Yep. Did I get this the wrong way around? Oh no, I measured off here, and of course this one's kind of bent, so that one sticks out more. Okay, I can fix this. took 2.5 hours to get this first board down. I got it halfway screwed down and then realized I had a metal thing sticking up, which I was going to drill out first, but I didn't.
So you have to take it off
And so I had to take it off and redo it. Yeah. Can you hit 2 for me? So this is the current problem, that when I cut this board, I was just doing it using the edge of the saw basically as a guide, and I kind of, I guess, got off a bit track at the end. So my gaps are not consistent. So I just need to mark that board to match the other board and then kick it along a little, and it'll make a gap at one end but not the other, so that'll be fine. Actually, I wonder if I rotate the board around, because that end was wider. That might actually help. Then I can trim that end. Okay. Wait, will that help? Potentially, yes. Maybe. We'll see. Back to 1. Did the tiny human have fun? Your gloves were over here, I think. Yes, they're down there with your respirator because they're on the table. Big bang coming in. Just a theory, she says. Yeah, well, Amazon drone deliveries are going to be real interesting when people realize they can just use a bit of fishing line or something to snag them some multi-thousand currency units of cool tech in the form of a free quadcopter or octocopter or whatever they're flying. Or in America, someone just shoots it. 'Cause you know, being America, someone's going to shoot it. Okay, so it doesn't fix the gap. Wasn't expecting it to, but it does give me 5mm up this end, which I didn't have before. Eggs dying. Oh, wheelbarrow. Yeah, there's that.
3.2 miles.
Crazy girl.
It was a nice walk. We just hit
an edge marking tool. Don't have an edge marking tool. I'm trying to. No. It's a specialized like offset tool.
Oh.
Trying to figure out how to make one. So while we're trying to figure out how to fix this edge, what other channels do you guys watch on YouTube? What do you like watching? What do you like in the way of content? Curious. We really like watching Sarah Gordo, don't we? Yeah. Ghost town living. Okay, that should work.
Somebody said everything from video games, let's plays, to tool restoration and makers.
What's the what's that guy who does terrible things to the video games?
Oh, I can't remember his name. The one who did the Sims where they all got trapped in the building and couldn't get out.
Yeah, and a theme coaster and whatever.
Yeah, I like the how-to ones of things like I like looking at like mosaic and mosaic floors and stained glass windows. I like those ones.
Yeah, I like I've watched Linus Tech Tips since that was Let's Game It Out. That's the one. He's hilarious. His last few videos I don't think have been as good, but he has some absolute gems in there. Like Linus Tech Tips, I've watched them since his MCAX days. Industrial Maker. He recently did an industrial unit into a house, didn't he? I feel very jealous of him because he's like, the first week, hey, we've got a new bathroom. It's not completely finished, but there's plumbing. It's like instant progress. It's like, take this derelict building, which has only been derelict for like 5 years. Very jealous of him. Actually being able to make progress. Such a novel thing.
Or just for us, it's like, oh, we need to use the facilities. We need to drive back to our house.
I haven't watched April Wilkerson in quite a long time since she was building the mega shed. She did very well on the sponsors on that video. That was really awesome for her being able to get so many awesome sponsors to have such a sweet shed. Really like watching Restoration Couple as well. We're patrons of Restoration Couple. They're really good. They're doing some really cool stuff. I'm really hoping they manage to buy a derelict to buy, because they've done some really cool stuff with their current house. I'd love to see what they can do with a new fresh canvas. And like 10 years of experience of after restoring their current house. I like talking to Tim, he's good. It's good fun. Speaking of Tim's, another Tim, Everyday Astronaut. He's got some very interesting content. Oh, cool. Like Tim the Toolman Taylor, as in like Home Improvement? Man, we used to love that as kids.
Yeah. I love the neighbour.
The neighbour, Wilson.
The Wilson that you never saw. I love that.
Speaking of Wilson, Wintergarten. Or Wintergarten.
Yeah?
He's the marble machine guy.
Oh, yes?
He's got a little gear thing which he has as a mascot, which he calls Wilson. I like him as well. He's good fun. I'm a bit... which is funny to say on a live stream, but I'm a bit disappointed that he's only done live streams recently, hasn't done any edits. Which is exactly what we've been doing. Live streams and no edits. I just don't get time to watch them. Which is, I know, a complaint of people on this channel. But he has millions and millions and millions of subscribers and many like $50,000 a month of Patreon, which we don't have. So he can hire editors. We can't. Still love his content though.
And we've only been doing it for 4 months.
Sorry?
We've only been doing it for 4 months.
Yeah, and unfortunately client work and getting the house done has to take priority over editing, and also having some time off when you're just so exhausted.
Yeah. That even clicking the mouse is too much effort.
Yeah. Okay, that's not perfect because I was cutting on the very, very edge of the timber. About a blade's width away for most of that. Which the jigsaw. We shall see. What else have people said? Yeah, I totally get it with the live streams. It's also, I think, the same reason we do it. It's nice to hang out with someone, especially when you never see any other people. And so he gets to hang out with people for 6 or 7 hours in a day, and gets real-time feedback when he's working on new things, which is great because it's got a huge community of people there wanting to pitch in ideas and remind him to do things, and that saves probably a bit of time, and so it's good fun too for him. we enjoy doing it, even though we don't get 4,000 or 5,000 people watching at a time. I saw 19 people at one point watching,
That's great.
which is still a big improvement over what we've had in the past. So slowly getting there. It's definitely a very, very slow growth channel.
But it's also a lot of what we're doing is very repetitive at the moment, whereas it's lots of big projects that are repetitive, whereas later on it might be little projects that
the more normal YouTube renovation projects.
A lot more chop and change, whereas here it's like we're moving an entire wall, so yes, that's going to take a while.
Yeah, or steam cleaning for a whole month, or just removing debris.
I think we should save them the pain of the lime mortaring. Because I really don't.
And for the last 3 months, we've been doing lime mortaring. And that's just the inside.
That's just the inside. Now we've got to do the outside.
And there'll be no videos for like 3 years, and then finally, here's a montage of us redoing the pointing on the outside. We've worked at it 30 hours a week for the last 3 years. And we're almost done. Well, you guys are more than welcome to help out the YouTube algorithm by perhaps sharing it on social media or Reddit or whatever else cool people do these days.
Look,
I don't know.
Sweetie, did you see?
What?
It just is interesting that it snapped and it has
fracture lines.
the different. No, but it's got
the
different
layers.
colour.
Oh yeah. Like a different mineral composition.
Yeah, it suddenly goes from grey to brown.
Bring it over to this camera. I'll focus it. If you hold it about here, yeah, I can do a bit of this. There, yeah. Swipe the edge with you.
Yeah, well, you just made it worse now. I'll use this one. Hold on. This one there.
Here.
You just rub muck all over it. You just made it worse now.
No, that doesn't help.
There, that section.
Hold on. Let me get it down a little bit. Yeah. There you go. That's an interesting section. We were playing down by the beach on Thursday afternoon after we finished, because our daughter loves throwing stones into the water. And oh man, there's so many cool stones down there. Loads of little fern fossils in all the stone. It's really cool.
Yeah. It's a really great beach. It's just a pebble beach. It's not really.
Yeah, well, it's not even a pebble beach. It's more of a
rock beach.
Bedrock beach.
Yeah, it's a
which
bedrock
has pebbles
and rock
on
beach.
the bedrock.
Yeah, it's
which are unrelated to the bedrock.
Yeah, and then it's got shells and it's got a little bit of sand in between some of the bedrock, but not a lot. And the water was surprisingly warm for.
Well, it was still cooler than ambient, but.
I know, but it was like, for me to say it's warm, because I always was the person who had to wait till it was really hot before I got in the pool.
That's because you have no body fat.
I know.
Whatsoever.
So hence why I'm saying that it was warm for me. But yeah, it was, and it was so clear, and it's not very
it's
salty.
Absolutely transparent. Like
Yeah,
if it wasn't for the wind ruffling the surface of the water, you wouldn't know that there was water there when looking through.
Yeah, and also it's not very salty because the burn is, or the river is flowing out right there, so it's diluted the water. So that's nice.
Actually, for those of you who found us on Imager, there is a post on Imager with some pictures of it, but they're just from my phone, so they're not very good. But yeah, it's a lovely day. Gorgeous view from the scaffolding as well. Can you give me 2, please? Is it on number 2?
I think so. Yeah. Yep, there we go.
Ah, excellent. Thank you. Okay, I think I'm gonna wrap this up either after I do this board or maybe I'll do the board in the middle. I've got enough cut, almost the right size for it. 'Cause that'll be, if I think I'll do the middle board, and that'll be this 4.8 meters done of this end of the mill, completely finished, which will be really awesome. So, have any wise words as far as doing floors goes, or anything else, now's a good time to start thinking about them. Actually, speaking of YouTube channels and stuff, I'm curious, does anyone actually watch stream, like live TV, not streaming and that sort of stuff, not like Amazon Prime or whatever, but actual TV which comes in by satellite or cable or digital, aerial, whatever, something which comes over a wireless or not live, not streaming media, like actual live, can't fast forward it through sort of TV. Because we keep getting, the UK has a thing called a TV license, where you have to pay if you want to watch live TV. It's very archaic, and they send out, whenever you move house, or whether you're buying or just renting, if the name of the house changes, or on the council tax, I don't know how they do it, they send out extremely threatening letters immediately. I've just noticed that laser beam's going into this camera, which probably isn't particularly great. Yeah, they send out extremely threatening letters immediately, not just a, hey, just a reminder, you should have a TV license. So straight to, you could be fined, super threatening, probably targeted towards getting elderly folks to quickly pony up the cash because they're threatened. It reads like the telemarketing scams, basically, the sort of Indian scammers, but in letter form from the government. It's terrible. And we keep getting the letters for the mill. It's fantastic. We haven't responded to any of them. They got more and more threatening, and then saying, will you be in on such and such a date? Because we're going to send an inspector. Of course, this is all just computerized. It's not actually sending an inspector. And now they've gone to be very friendly. Now we've got past all that. It's quite funny. And so we don't watch TV at all. We just scan stuff. So I'm curious if anyone still watches real TV. Like traditional TV. Because we do watch TV shows, but we watch them on streaming services like Amazon Prime. So especially in other countries where TV's free, or you just have to pay your cable bill or whatever, that's fine. But I really have a big problem with the UK and their TV license. Not in the fact that they have one, but just in the fact of how they deal with it. From Mike, you're saying about sawing them between the beams. Actually, I was doing them every like 2 or 3, but I found that doing like sort of 3 to 4 beams worth of floorboard when I'm lifting the old floorboards actually is about the easiest, because it takes quite a bit of effort to get that first one going, but once it pops, it sort of takes several hours with it. So doing 3 or 4 boards beams worth is actually, seems to be at the moment, the most efficient way. Rather than just doing every single beam with the saw, especially with how rocky the beams are. Oh, interesting that Germany has that. I didn't know Germany has a TV license, because here it's all for the BBC, and the BBC is not allowed to advertise, and basically it's, I completely get where it came from, in the fact that very few people had TV, and so if you had a TV you had to fund the channel, which I think in North America they went down the cable route, and you paid the subscription for the cable eventually, and when they got to that point, so that was their kind of effectively TV license. Like I say, I don't so much have a problem with the TV license. I have a problem with the TV licensing enforcement people. Because, I don't know if you watch YouTube channels which deal with scammers, but I used to be big into the scam baiting way back when. And that was with the Nigerian scammers. Now it's all the Indian scammers. But, where they you know, do pop-ups, viruses or whatever, call Microsoft, you know, the typical tech support scammer, or the refund scammers, and they go after the elderly people on that. And it really drives me insane that the TV license people use exactly the same tactics that those scammers use. It's pretty disgusting. Whereas the council, for example, when we got the mill, sent us a little letter saying, hey, we noticed that your property shows up as not being inhabitable. It's not of a fit state to live in. If something changes, would you be so kind as to let us know, or just confirm that the place is currently derelict still for our records. Absolutely, like, beautiful letter, really nicely written, very, very non-confrontational, and we got back to them straight away. But yeah, sending a TV license to this place? Seriously? We're actually kind of hoping they'll send an enforcement officer along. That'll be absolutely hilarious for us. Especially when they have to pay to get them across to the island. Even better. We're at 2, 3, 2, 6. 2, 3, 2, 6. Oh wow, in Germany you can't opt out of it? See, if you're going to charge a fee for something which is compulsory, it should be part of your taxes. Like, if you're going to have government funded channels on that, then, which are compulsory, or publicly funded channels which are compulsory, then why not just use tax dollars for it? Or tax currency units, depending on where you are in the world. I have no problem if the government puts money towards it because they think it's worthy of doing. Just the way they do the enforcement and marketing and bullcrap around it just doesn't impress me. Okay, we're at 2, 3, 1, 2. 2, 3, 1, 2. Side, but that's got to take that width measurement into account first. Yeah, with the Germans, Brexit really annoyed me because we wanted to be able to go and live in Germany or Austria or something. That was our sort of other plan, but by the time we got here, Brexit was a done deal. I have no idea about all the other stuff with it, but yeah, we really liked the idea of being able to go around Europe. That'd be fantastic. We did actually get to do a nice trip in 2019 through about 7 countries in the car. That was really good fun. 7-4. Send. Yes, absolutely stunning places in Europe. Well worth a road trip. Austria was really nice. Absolutely love Austria. I do find in Germany, we arrived because we took the Channel Tunnel, went through France, Belgium, into Germany, pretty much in a day. and we didn't realize that in Germany everything closes on a Sunday. Like you can't even, like, there's not even any corner stores open. We tried to get some food and there wasn't anything. It was that was pretty funny. We didn't know that. As in other countries we've lived in, like no Sunday trading is you won't have the big stores open, like your main supermarkets and big stores, but you'll have all your convenience stores and there'll be smaller grocery stores open. So yeah, we weren't expecting that. And we also got stuck on the autobahn for 3 hours and had a toddler crawl past our car, which was hilarious. That was pretty tragic though. A couple of people died in that one. But still, I loved the autobahn was fantastic. Other than the 3 hour wait, but yeah, I was super impressed with the Germans and how they deal with ambulances and stuff. Just doesn't happen in other countries like that. Of course, as an engineer, gotta love the Germans. 2, 3, 4, 6, 7. 2, 3, sorry, 2, 3, 2, 6. 2, 3, 2, 6. 2, 3, 2, 6. Right there. 2, 3, 1, 0. Jesus, water's dirty. Somebody's dropped a whole bunch of stone dust on it. 5, 7, 4. Do that. I'll cross bit here first. But I'll mark the long one. Yeah, in Australia they had it used to be illegal to open stores on Sundays, but like I say, the smaller convenience stores and such were allowed to open, but it got to the point where finally Sunday trading was allowed for every store. And it was all, oh, you'll break up families and you know, think of the children, all the usual rhetoric. And it just turned out that lots of teenagers were able to get a whole bunch of extra work and money coming in, which worked out really well for them. And all the families were fine, and yeah, a lot of fuss about a lot of nothing. But, you know, it's a historic tradition and all that, so I guess politicians aren't really willing to take it on. It's always hard to change traditional stuff, isn't it? That being said, I do love the Germanic historic dress. It's modern. Fantastic stuff. Way better than any other country, I reckon. I say that completely non-sarcastically. I think it's awesome. We bought our daughter a dirndl, which she has since grown out of, but God, she was adorable in it. Oh, I should have joined these together before turning around. Too long. I didn't leave the mark there. Never mind. Ah, so we were in a very small little rural town in the south of Germany. Yeah, we were in a little town in the south of Germany. There was no grocery store open. It was great. We didn't eat. We just had some snacks which we had in the car, and that was our dinner. Luckily we bought dinners for our daughter, so we were able to cook those. Something we'll be aware of next time. We were actually meant to be going to Germany last year in just before the lockdown to go to big electronics show, Embedded World, for work, and we actually bought a car fridge for that, just so we could take our own food, because again we were going to arrive in Germany on a Sunday. And so we bought a fridge to put in the car to take food with us. But now we know it's not an issue at all. It's just something you need to be aware of. But someone who's never been to Germany before and was expecting to cook food, definitely a surprise. Track saw time. And we're going to spin this track around because now I actually want to use the cutting edge, the back of it, as a marking edge. Once the watermill's done, we'll definitely need to take a look at what's involved in going to Europe again, because we always drive and take our dog. Last time taking the dog wasn't such an issue, but we were told that Brexit and all the rules and that might be a bit more difficult now. We have to export her as livestock and then re-import her as livestock. Figure out the process for that. It's going to be difficult. Oh, just looking at some of this timber. I want to show you this. This is the timber which was falling apart in my hands. This is really shows what we've been dealing with here. Hold this here. Focus on this. The depth of field there. But yeah, this is the honeycomb that was once timber. This was a floorboard. Yeah, it's particularly like here. I don't know how well it shows on camera, but I can see straight through a whole bunch of those fibers. There we go. Isn't that amazing? It's just gone. So that's why we're replacing the floors. Yeah, that's just... But, you know, there are sections on the surface like here where this looks like it should be a solid piece of wood. And the bottom looks like it should be a solid piece of wood, but inside there's just nothing. And that has been one of the sort of unexpected costs that we have come across. And you know, someone was saying earlier about has the mill cost you more than you were expecting? Well, it hasn't cost us yet, but we were hoping to get like maybe out of the 2 levels of floorboards, we were hoping we might be able to get 1 floor's worth of timber flooring to use. Not so much as a cost-saving measure, but more as a, you know, keeping the historic fabric of the building intact, and keeping it there for, you know, longevity and as a historic material. But now we have to go with all new material. Wasn't expected. We knew we were going to lose a bunch of it. Like we're down here where I'm standing now, we knew the floors here were completely gone. But you know, that's one thing we weren't expecting, is floors to be this bad. Looks like that timber looks like Aerobar, except Aerobar has more substance to it, has the chocolate. Now I think about it, lots of little bubbles. It looks like foamy wood. Oh, I put that back in its bag. I'll lose this little hex driver for the track. Yeah, mostly, yeah, that pretty much describes it. It's incredibly light as well. It's like picking up an IKEA table, which is cardboard on the inside. it should weigh more, but you know that inside it's just cardboard with a thin veneer of timber, or something printed to look like timber. It's exactly the same as that. Now I'm expecting, because there's a little corner here, I might need to trim a tiny bit off this with the jigsaw. But otherwise, unless I've really screwed this up, which is entirely possible, this should fit. Should. Let's see, how far off are we? Oh, about 0.5 millimeter. Okay, that's not as bad as I thought. Yeah, it's about 0.5 millimeter off. I was erring on the side of making it a bit too big and a bit too small. Do need to take a little notch out of that corner though, as I expected. Something like that. Tell you what, aren't cordless tools amazing? You know, we used to, back when we had NiCad batteries and such, cordless tools didn't really seem to have it compared to AC tools. Being able to just grab my jigsaw and come and fix a bit of wood, whatever it is just awesome. And the fact that nowadays our cordless tools are better than their AC counterparts is just stunning. Pleases my engineering mind greatly. It's like 0.5 millimeter is all there is in this fit wise. Probably jump that into place actually. What I did with this pile drive it into place. Make sure this end is going to fit first. Take a little bit more off that. Actually, I think the fault is on this end. Quite square. The other piece isn't quite square because I was lining up to match two boards on opposite sides. Might just cut this a little bit. Straighten this up. Still have a funny edge down that other end. But I'll fix that fitment. I will do it. Okay, it's going to get a little loud as I try and squeeze this down. I wonder if I should just take 0.5 millimeter off with the track saw. Probably the... Yeah, let's do it properly. Let's not try and bodge it too much. So hopefully by the end of this week we should have all the asbestos off the kiln, and we might have even had a chance to move the scaffolding over to this end of the mill. We can start stripping slates off. Don't think we'll get too much further than stripping slates off, but that will mean that with all our building materials here, we can start we can start doing the actual rafters and such perhaps the week after, which would be amazing. Getting really close to doing something with the roof, which is going to enable a lot more stuff to be done inside. We've got all the timbers for the floors to redo, the beams that is. As we've seen today, they're quite rotten. Definitely need it. Adjustments here. Still got to keep on with the kiln. There's a lot left to be done in the kiln. At least another full-time week in the kiln. Stuck. Still got at least another full-time week in the kiln with all three of us before we can do much more. But things are starting to come together. Really starting to come together. Still this corner. I can kick this into place. There we go. That's a tight fit. Get this screwed down, and then that'll be the end of the stream, I think. I've been doing this way too long today. But my goal was to get this end decked out, 2 boards deep, and we're finally there. Just gotta put the screws in. Monday's going to be an exciting day with all our deliveries coming in. Well, one delivery, one entire 18-ton truckload's worth, probably about 12 tons of material coming in, 12 or 13 tons. I actually think the truck might be a little bit overloaded. A lot of roofing in that. Still got to get some video editing done at some point. Finally got footage sorted. So I've sorted the footage for the next video. But I haven't gotten any further than that. Still a couple of days of work to do a video. That'll be the removing or dropping the concrete in the kiln, which if you've been on the live streams, spoilers, seen that we dropped the concrete, but you'll get to see how we dropped the concrete because it was pretty awesome. I still need to do a monthly update as well. I haven't done the monthly update for this month. Way behind on that. Just not enough hours in the day, not enough energy as well. Very tiring doing some of this very, very physical stuff. Certainly not used to moving about 5 tons of scaffolding in a day. Well, no, it's only about 3 tons, but carrying it all down, setting it all up the next day. Not something I'm used to. Not in my line of work. I have huge respect for people who do that. Especially in much hotter climates. I'm very, very thankful that we're sort of seeing 18 degrees Celsius maximums here. Because, wow. Wouldn't want to be doing that in 30 or 40 degrees Celsius. And we've also had a great run of weather as well, with not having really high winds or anything. This week coming up is looking fantastic for scaffolding, like being up on scaffolding. Very little wind forecast. Great for flying the quadcopter around as well, so I should be able to get some more aerial footage. You know, dehumidifier is working awesome. The weather station's really great for that because we can see we're tracking the absolute humidity of inside versus outside, so how much water content there is per cubic meter of air. And it's great to see that we're still able to run the heater for an hour. So we run the heater for an hour in the afternoon. Well, I'm probably not going to do it today because I want to go home and get some food. And we run the heater for an hour and keep the relative humidity pretty constant, despite the fact we're raising the temperature a whole bunch because we're still able to get that much moisture out. Really trying to dry out the machinery room at the moment. That's the big goal, is drying out the machinery room, trying to get some of those just you know, there's timbers which are this big in there, and trying to get some of those dried out, they're just sopping wet. It's been a real challenge. So trying to get those dried is a real priority, because otherwise, you know, with the warmer weather we're having, we're just going to get more woodworm eating stuff. They're all going to breed and make more woodworm. So we've got to get that moisture content down, and the dehumidifier, sorry, is really helping with that. Where we did a test through the last week's live stream, just draining it into a bucket, and based on that, we should be reducing the water in the mill by 30 to 40 litres a day, maybe down at 25 degrees in the cooler days, but something like that, pumping it outside, which is amazing. Like, you think of that much water coming out of all the stuff in the mill. We do have the opening in the kiln downstairs still bringing in air, but the absolute humidity in the mill is 20-30% higher than, like, there's 20 or 30% more moisture in the air inside the mill than there is outside the mill. So the outside air coming in isn't such a big problem, because it's only like 10 or 11 grams of moisture per cubic meter of air. So the whole mill in the air has all of 5 or 6 litres of water. Like, when we get the heat right up, we might get up to maybe 7 litres of water in the air, and we're pulling about 3 or 4 litres of water out with the dehumidifier every hour. So as the air gets stripped of moisture, it goes and gets more moisture from machinery or wood or stones or whatever. So yeah, really great having that dehumidifier. I'm going to do a dedicated video on dehumidifiers, because there's so many different types, there's so many different things to think about with dehumidifiers that you wouldn't really, if you're just looking to buy a dehumidifier for doing your building, doesn't really, there's a lot to take on. So I want to do that, and I think that'll be a really interesting video for people who are looking at doing a project like ours. I'm super pumped with that, and having the weather station I love data and charts and stuff. I'm getting tons of awesome data off that, so that's really cool. So that's been running 24 hours a day, and hopefully once we get the roof done, we're not going to have all this moisture pouring in like we were earlier today when it rained, and we'll actually be able to make some progress on that. We're slowly getting there. We now have flooring. I can walk across this whole end of the mill and not fall through the floors. What a joyous wonder. So I think that's going to be it. If you've got any questions, last minute comments, leave them now, and I'll give you a minute or so, and then it's going to be the end of the stream for this week. We've made good progress. We've got pretty much to where we needed to with the rafters. Still got to scrape out the dirt and stuff, but the wife has made good progress. I mean, she's cleared. We're thinking we're going to do it in about 3 meter sections. That's 3.3 meters. She's almost done 4.2 meters of wall. So that's more than we need for a first lot, which is great, because we've got the other side done as well over here. This is all clear. So basically we want to get back to here where it's sort of all swept out, and we can start drilling holes to put our wall plates in once the roof's off. Because we're going to take about 3.3 meters of the roof off once we've got the slates clear, and then put it all back up again. But we're going to get scaffolding for that, so hopefully in about 2 weeks. 2 weeks we should be actually taking down our first rafters. We've got to recut them. We've got to bring them down about 100 millimeters, so this inner rafter level will drop to about there, which means that these rafters will come back pretty much to the edge of the wall in the process, and that'll give us our room, because we've got insulation on the outside, and then we've got battens, counter battens, make up to about 110 millimeters total on top of the rafters. And at that point, once we've got the insulation board on, the roof is weather tight. Even if we do nothing more, we've got 3 months before that starts to degrade with UV. So getting just that insulation board on is going to be a massive step for us as far as fixing this place. We have all our roof windows here now, so we're replacing these tiny little windows with basically the smallest windows you can buy, but they don't make windows this small anymore. So we're getting really close to doing some cool stuff now. Ali, about the weather station, honestly, I'm someone who just... I got into electronics and stuff because I love interacting with the world. I love collecting data. I love, you know, doing things which interact with the world, designing electronics and things which collect data, and having all of that data to look through and seeing trends and stuff. And even in a city, I think a weather station's cool. I used to love just having a weather station, not even a weather station, just like temperature and humidity sensors on the outside and inside of the building, and just watching the outside temperature and inside temperature. It's good fun, and it's especially up here where the weather can be fairly wild. It's the wind's picked up again, I think. Let me see what we got for wind. 26.3 miles per hour winds from the west, gusting up to 33 miles per hour in the last 10 minutes. Highest wind gusts today were up at 45 miles per hour over a 4-hour period. Wow, that lasted longer than I expected. Almost 5-hour period we had that high. So I'm really glad that delivery didn't come today, because we would have been unloading all the like 6.5 meter long timbers in 45 mile per hour wind gusts and having to drive them all the way down the road, which would be interesting. We also I had to put last night I came out and put big stones on all of our road closed signs, because they just kept, you know, we'd hammer them into the ground, but they just still blow over from the wind. They're quite large, you know, they're sort of yay big. And the one at the end of the road up that way, the frame has stayed there, but the sign's blown out of the frame. So you have to go take some straps up there and strap the frame and the sign together. Because yeah, weather up here is kind of awesome. If you're into weather, it's pretty awesome. We get some really cool fog, we get some really cool clouds, amazing sunrises at 2 a.m. Although we're past the solstice, so it's starting to get darker. And yeah, it's a very cool spot for weather and collecting weather data if you like that sort of thing. But even in a city, you can get some really interesting stuff. It can also be really interesting in a city because you can see your temperature versus, like, in the city area versus the forecast outside. Just finishing up.
I left my microphone in the car.
Ah, well, come and stand very close to me on this side. Look.
Yes. Looks good.
Yay.
Look.
Well, say fur. As we noted, this section of floor joist is being held up by the floor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, because it's cut.
And over here, there is no joist under here. I can actually feel that bounce.
Why is there no joist?
Because that's where the machine is underneath, and they cut it off to put that long ways bit in there. And but that's a lot better than having one of those rotten floorboards going from here to here and standing there, which is where Helper fell through.
Yep.
And I was showing one of these. I don't know if you were watching, but they're floorboards.
Yeah.
Just like
All the holes.
it wasn't this, but look at. It's just. I thought it looked like Aerobar, but there's less of it.
Yeah. Yes,
It looks like bubbles. It looks like bubbles.
Yep.
Anyway, I think that's it for us.
Yes. So thanks.
Need to
for
go get some
watching.
food
Yeah, we're gonna.
and some sleep
And some sleep. Yes.
and a massage.
Yes. Yeah. Well, I don't know. My hands are full.
Why not too? Oh, we got the massage chair attachment thingy.
Yeah.
So anyway, thank you very much for coming along. It's been great to have you all. And hello to Ismail from Brazil. Sorry, we're just finishing.
When are we going to be doing the next edit?
I don't know. Yes,
Well, you've been working on it though.
I've sorted the footage, that's it.
Sorted through. Okay, and that was the kiln stuff.
That's the kiln concrete, yeah.
Yeah, that's the bringing down the whole concrete thing, and then you'll see why we're so tired.
Yeah. Mike says, I have, after seeing all the video of the floors that's been done, I won't have to worry about seeing project delayed due to accident notification. Yeah, well, like I say, if we were going to set up a ladder, I don't have one up here, but imagine 2 legs of a ladder going up vertically, like we're going to try and get something up there, or even, you know, as an A-shaped ladder, trying to get one of these collars off, and you're on floors which are like what I showed. The ladder's just going to go whoop. There's just going to be no resistance whatsoever. So that's why, you know, doing these floors is kind of dumb that we're going to put down or doing all this effort. Like, we've done this 4 weekends now, and we've not finished.
But we haven't had. The thing is, we haven't had.
And we're just going to rip it all up again when we're done.
But the thing is, we haven't had. We've had to be waiting for.
Somewhat. I mean, we've still got the kiln stuff to do.
We've still got the kiln, but the kiln isn't. It needs to be. It's the long.
But I need to get the kiln
journey.
emptied so that I can put the scaffolding up.
Yeah.
In the kiln, so I can take the kiln roof down, so I can then put the new roof back up.
I know, but this is the first roof we're working on.
Yes, so, it is.
Yeah, so
and if we don't get to the kiln roof this year, it's going to be really disappointing. But
it's not
the end of the world.
Yeah,
it's not
going to seal off this.
We can keep working on this part of the mill.
Yeah.
There is so much to do in here, but I really hope we can get to it. But if we can't, it's not the end of the world. We'll just have to do it. We have to do another road closure next year anyway to do the repointing of the walls.
Yeah, so we'll have to have it.
So we've got until I think the 17th of September to do this.
Can somebody design some road closure signs that have holes in them?
I was just telling them about them falling down,
Can go through them
and that we have to take straps up to the end of the road to put that sign back in.
Because
it blew out.
The
I'm really proud of my rock work job to
so
hold the frame in place.
It's impossible because that's the direction the wind was coming. So I was trying to lift it back up again when I left, and I just couldn't even lift it up. It was so windy.
All right, thank you very much for coming along, and we'll see you next week if we don't have a video edited by then.